take what doesn't work and not treat them as infallible authorities.
Okay.
Goodness
All right.
gracious.
So the question when you say what works or what's flawed, is that synonymous with saying something said that's untrue?
That's part of it. So if the source lies, then we have reason to doubt the source's veracity.
Okay.
And if the source makes
Oh my gosh, it's just a simple question. You can't even do lead up questions. You can't even like start a dialogue tree because this is what happens.
claims about the world that we can test, and we test those claims,
I just asked a simple question.
those are also ways which we could
Okay.
cast doubt on the authoritativeness of the source. So there's
Okay.
many ways that we could put the source in perspective as a fallible source rather than an infallible source. And we'd probably conclude that no claim of privileged space aliens leaving magic books is the superior one, and that they're all a source of some inspiration, but
That's a yes or no question.
great skepticism.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Ask a simple yes or no question.
The reason I asked is I was wondering, is it possible that something could be false, and believing something false can actually produce a moral good?
It can in the short run, right? Like you believing that you should
It can't in the long run.
run away from a certain noise in the jungle can prevent you from being eaten by tigers when the noise is produced by tigers, right? But let's say that the noise that you're afraid of is like any sound whatsoever, and you never leave your house.
It's so simple, dude. The answer is yes. These people are just they're like it's like they see your question as another thing that they throw into their bowl and then they just mix up the bowl instead of just keeping it really straightforward. Really straight. You sound soyish. I don't know why I sound soyish. I don't know.
Well, in that case, it might prevent you from getting eaten by tigers, but it means that you're never going to go hunting,
I mean, their Discord might have a soy effect on it,
and
honestly.
you're never going to produce any food for the tribe. And if you have a big group of people, like 1,000 of them, who refuse to go hunting and get food, and everyone else is carrying them, eventually the tribe starves, right? So they're impractically dangerous,
Can you imagine asking this guy what he wants for dinner?
useless beliefs, which happen to produce some good, which we have to cast doubt on because of their pragmatic problems, right?
Okay, what about a belief? Because that's a belief about nature, right? There's a use for it short term and maybe not long term, or vice versa. Both are
Yeah,
possible.
eventually the tribe's got to eat. People have to outgrow.
I'm talking
their
about
outmoded
beliefs. I'm talking about more metaphysical or supernatural beliefs. Let's say, hypothetically, someone held a belief that wasn't something as described, a tiger or fear for a tiger or this kind of thing. It wasn't practical in the sense in the real world like that. It was more like a belief about the value of human beings in general, let's say. And
Is that a
what
unique
if?
belief?
What's that?
Is that a unique belief in the value of human beings? Because remember, one of the parts of my hypothetical is that there are lots of other people making lots of similar claims, right?
I'm not
So-
talking about how unique it is. I'm saying, what if it wasn't unique? What if humans developed a not unique belief that was actually false or couldn't be proven? If that's the case, right? I'm asking.
What I'm asking is if human beings generated a false belief, a false paradigm that human beings had value, on what basis could the secularist who is appealing to the large, plethora of data about reality that makes no prescriptions of how you interact with it, but just gives you a bunch of data? The question is, on what basis should he say, don't believe that false belief that humans have value?
Is it possible to hold a belief that's potentially false or impossible to prove, and it produces a moral good?
Yes, always. There are no
Here comes
connection between the belief or truth of beliefs and the consequences of the belief.
There's no connection between the truth of a belief and the consequences of a belief. That's actually false. When you boil water, it's demonstrating that there is a connection between your belief and the consequences of the belief. The fact that you believe in the regularity of nature and you believe that boiling water and doing it the way you do it produces the effect, there is a connection between what you believe and the consequences. Why? Because we act on our beliefs, T-Dump. We act on our beliefs. So, of course, there are consequences. When you have a false belief in hard reality, like, let's say, a belief that there isn't a truck there, there is a consequence. Now, I believe that T-Dump is a massive troll. I believe that he was just like, you know what? I'm just going to say whatever the hell comes to my mind because none of this matters.
Any belief can have any random consequence. So you can believe
Any belief can have any random consequence. I mean, I just let T-Dump go on this, but just now looking back on it, he doesn't have access to randomness.
something that's false, and it can be lead to actions that lead to life, or moral actions or immoral actions. There's no connection between the truth and falsity of a belief and the consequences of the belief.
Really. Now, I find it interesting that the other people on the panel didn't go, wait a second, there's no consequences to holding a false belief or a true belief when acted on?
Right. So I'm saying if that's the case, then when we look at sources or across religions, across time, the ridicule of it not being true in so far as it producing a good is not necessarily a consistent position, because it is possible to hold a false belief and produce a good. So then it moves the ethical value over to, well, are we valuing truth and obtaining truth above all things? And if that's the case, then we'd have to adhere to truth, even if it produced a moral bad in the world. And so it's just an interesting question, because it seems like most, let's say, anti-theists, in my experience, reject religions and myths based on the fact that they value truth. And it's, in a sense, a moral good to pursue the truth. But then you ask why, and then they go to a practical reason. And then I ask, well, okay, is it possible to believe something false or something that you can't prove, and it produces a practically good outcome? And the answer is always yes. And so then I ask the same question again. Okay, what is it we're ultimately valuing? Outcomes in the world, or the pursuit of truth, regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad?
Well, most people value truth. So the reason the atheists bring up truth is because the theists think their God is true. If they were simply believing because belief caused them to do good actions and they didn't care if it was true, atheists wouldn't bring up critiques about the truth of the claims. The reason the atheists bring up the critiques is because theists think it's true and they care about it being true.
No, that doesn't answer the question, T-Dump. The theist believing something's true is not the thing that causes you to argue against it. That's like saying, like, you know, I went fishing because of there are fish, right? There are fish in the lake, and that's why I went fishing. Well, no. Let's say you didn't know there was fish in the lake and you wanted to know. The reason you went fishing is because you willed yourself to, that there are other things, you know, prompting you to go fishing. So when I ask, why is the atheist arguing against a theist position about truth? What is it, the value? And T-Dump's answer is because the theist is making a truth claim. That doesn't tell me why the atheist is in response to the theist.
I understand, but the question is, why do you value truth? For what reason?
Why do you value truth?
Yeah, why does the atheist in your position that you're taking value truth? Why should we value truth is the question.
Those are two different questions.
Well, it's not the reason someone
Fair enough.
will bring up a counter argument to somebody else
Mhm.
is they're going to use something that's compelling to the other person. So
Mhm.
if you value God and I say God drowned babies,
Mm-hmm.
it's trying to bring up a contradiction in things you believe, your belief in God, your belief in morality.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't care about God. I don't believe he exists. I don't
But
believe
you
he
care
drowned
about
babies.
contradictions, though.
No. You care about contradiction.
No. You are. This is like when I talked to Danny, remember? It got to the point where we were questioning each other on what we believe, and the atheist who wants to criticize the Christian and try to do an internal critique by demonstration, is valuing truth, including contradictions and consistency. And now when I push it on T-Dump, I say, no, I'm asking a question. Why is the atheist in pursuit of the truth such that they want to refute Christianity and any other view? That's a belief. That's a system, right? There's some imperative there. And his answer is, no, you value contradictions. Okay? But then who's arguing? Then what are you arguing about then? Right? What are you even arguing?
That's the
No.
point.
For you to do an internal critique, right? You care to produce a contradiction in the view, right?
Because you care about contradiction.
Because you are. Because it's you. Now, if you didn't care about contradictions, I wouldn't attack your view. Right? Is that what he's saying? It sounds like T-Jump just said, which is a complete self-defeater, by the way, to debating and everything else, which is common with T-Dump, is that if you didn't value contradictions and you just said, I'm okay with contradictions, then he wouldn't have any need to internally critique someone.
Contradictions. If you
Wait,
didn't
no,
care
no, no,
about
that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. Someone countering, right? Someone coming to the table and arguing, right? Regardless of what the opponent values, right? Both people coming to the table in an argument in pursuit of truth, by acting out in a debate or in an argument,
No,
they value that they acknowledge contradictions, right?
no. So
No. So when you come to a debate, you don't. There's not something a precondition to debating that assumes that we value contradictions, avoiding contradictions, law of identity, excluded middle, proper form, use of language, use of definitions, assuming meaning. The list goes on and on and on. And this guy's saying, no, you don't.
They don't.
in an argument, the individual beliefs of the one making the argument is completely irrelevant. I could be a computer, like an AI, like, I don't know, GPT or
Oh yeah. Well, what's an AI programmed by? A person who cares about logic and truth. You couldn't even program an AI without appealing to truth and logic. What are you talking about?
whatever. And the argument I'm making
You
is
idiot.
trying to create beliefs in you. So what I believe is irrelevant. I could believe nothing. I could be a space alien who doesn't believe any of this stuff on.
Oh, you can be a space alien and run a dialogue debate with somebody? Right? What? Well, no, you would need language. If you were going to cross-examine someone's view, you're already using logic and language and reasoning and rationality and, some assumption that there's minds out there and there's an external world, there's a way the world works. There are so many things assumed when you start talking. He's saying, no. Well, if that was true, then a rock could do a cross-examination, T-Dump.
Earth, and I'm still
You
making
have to
arguments
believe in
because
law.
the goal-
No, you have to believe.
Isn't this fellowship great? Yeah. Boy, it's like that perfume that was poured upon Aaron's head, isn't it? That's just so sweet and lovely. If we're not ready to go to heaven after this weekend, I'll tell you. Thank you so much for having me and for being so kind to let me address you. It's always a great privilege to speak to the people of God. It's also a privilege to speak to those who aren't the people of God when the Lord has given you a message for them. But it's a real privilege and a joy to be with those who are the people of God and are of like mind with me. I want to give my congratulations to the Chalcedon Presbyterian Church. You're celebrating your 20th anniversary. I praise God for you and commend you. I also want to thank you. I think many of us who have gone through, well, ups and downs over the last 20 years have found it an encouragement that God has raised up a witness here in Atlanta. This congregation, He has blessed you. Look at this wonderful building you have, the people you have, the talent that's here, the preaching from this pulpit. And I just pray that God will give you many more years to lead the way and set an example for us. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party. I'm glad that I can be here, and I'd like to take the opportunity, because I think it's appropriate, that if we think about the 20 years of this congregation, we can think about 20 years in what is sometimes called the Christian Reconstruction movement. Now, I'm not going to mince words today. Those of you who have read No Other Standard know that I think technically there is no Reconstructionist movement, if you speak in sociological terms. But there's certainly a Reconstructionist school of thought. And though it did not begin with the Chalcedon Presbyterian Church, the public recognition of that school of thought is not that far off from the beginning of this congregation in time. So this is an appropriate opportunity to not only be grateful to God for the 20 years you've had as a congregation, but also to stop and reflect upon the Reconstructionist school of thought movement, whatever you want to call it. The great theme in all of Protestant theology is law and grace. What is the relationship of law and grace? Many theologians have said if you can get right on this subject, you've got your theology right. And if you depart from that topic of law and grace, to that degree you will depart from orthodoxy as well. Well, I don't need to come and speak 3 times to you on theonomy to tell you the theonomic view of law and grace. That would be carrying, coal to Newcastle, wouldn't it? I'm sure you're familiar with the many books that have been put out, not simply by myself, but by others that God has raised up. You know what the thesis is, and you know how it is to be defended. I will say in passing, even though I'm not going to go into the defense of it in an exegetical way, that the last 20, 25 years in my own career, God has given me increasing confidence that this thesis is correct. Most of you who know me publicly or from my writings or tapes and so forth don't know Greg Bahnsen when he was in seminary and is working out these views and throwing them up against his professors at Westminster Seminary and wondering, rightly so, I think students should be students and have the due humility of those who are in a being taught position. But you always wonder, what is it, because I'm not studied enough, that I have not seen, that I have not considered? What's behind the veil of ignorance in my life that may come out and say, now this is what destroys this idea and so forth? Well, see, 20 years of being out on the road and defending this and taking the lumps and hearing what supposedly the scholars of our Reformed and evangelical worlds have to say has done at least this for me. I am absolutely convinced this morning that if there are mistakes in the Reconstructionist or theonomic outlook, they are not huge, gargantuan mistakes that any child should be able to see. This is what our opponents will tell us, that we have missed it by a mile, not just some fine-tuned detail. Well, I'm now convinced that if the finest that can be found outside of our school of thought cannot do any better than they have over the years, we should have a great deal of confidence, not in ourselves, but I thank God. This is a thesis, I think, that is going to stand the test of time, and I thank him for that. I don't want to get into the details of how I might answer my critics today, and I don't want to bore you with going through just the the vanilla thesis of theonomy over the next 3 opportunities I have to speak for you. But I do want to address the theonomic thesis in a way that I hope will advance what we believe is the God's point of view with respect to morality and politics in this world. And I'd like to help us as theonomists and reconstructionists to come closer to walking with God in the way that he wants us to. And so I'd like to focus on the law with an interest on looking outside our movement. That's what I'm going to do in this lecture. And then tomorrow morning, looking inside this movement or school of thought. And then tomorrow evening, looking together, whether you're a theonomist or not, looking together at the question of the grace of law. This morning I want to look outside. I want to look, in a sense, at the law of God with respect to our opponents and what we might want to say to them, apart from just writing books in refutation of their arguments. And the title of this morning's message is Law and Disgrace. And then tomorrow morning, please pray for me. I have been in meditation and reflection on this for some time, what I might share, looking back at 20 years in the Reconstructionist movement. What might I be able to say in the short time that is there to ourselves, looking inside? And basically, if you can't be here, what I want to share with you is that it is not enough to have the law of God. I praise God for the law of God, but the law of God in the hands of fools will not help us. You will notice that when Solomon had the opportunity to ask one thing of God, Solomon did not ask for more law. Of course, he had everything he needed in the law that Moses had given. Solomon asked for wisdom. And I want to pray that God will use that message to help us become wise in the use of God's law. And then together, whether we're theonomists or not, tomorrow evening, I'd like for us to understand from a detailed exegetical study of the Old Testament that we have misconstrued the relationship of law and grace. Well, we go back 20 years. That's what I told you. Let me go back a decade beyond 20 years and remind you that song that Bob Dylan made famous, popularized by Peter, Paul, and Mary, sung by Joan Baez, Blowin' in the Wind. You know, how many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many seas must the white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? And the last stanza has this line in it that I think is arresting. How many times can a man turn his head and pretend he just doesn't see? And I'm going to be using that as a unifying theme for what I want to say to those outside the Reconstructionist school of thought and to those who are inside as well. As I look outside, it seems to me that the anti-theonomists are turning their heads from the ugly truth about the world. And though we may get into institutional politics and personal flaps and have difficulty living with one another, we may disagree over how we argue the case, how we exegete particular texts and so forth. What I want to know from our opponents, to the degree that they are brothers and sisters in Christ, I want to know how many times can a man turn his head and pretend he just doesn't see what's going on? I will address the same question to us tomorrow morning as we examine our own hearts and look in our own difficulties in living together. In our own midst, how many times have we been turning our heads and pretending we don't see what everyone else can see about us, and we are not addressing it? And if I do that in a way that brings conviction, you may not like me anymore, but I hope God will like what I have to say for you. And all of us, brothers and sisters in Christ, whether we call ourselves theonomists or not, all of us need a better view of what the law of God really means vis-a-vis his grace. Because apart from inter-party rivalries, if we lose that, we've just lost what being a Christian is all about. So that's what I want to share with you this weekend. Time is short. I have learned over the years to talk more slowly. A few years in the South helped that. And now I'm going to fight against all that I've learned and have to fill your time with a lot of material because we don't get opportunities like this very often, and I want to share some things with you. What are the two major reasons why people tell me they oppose theonomy and Christian ethics. There are plenty. I've written a whole book, so it's much more than two. But if I were to boil it down to the two recurring major reasons why people cannot be theonomists, the first would be because we're not under law, but under grace, Romans 6:14. Over and over and over again, and variations on it, but that's the central theme. We're not under law, we're under grace. And then as an application of that, I think, more particularly, we're certainly not under those harsh, terrible laws about how society is to be governed, and the civil magistrate is to punish criminal offenders. And so theonomy, if it has it wrong, if you listen to the popular mentality and the major reason why people will not go along with us, we have it wrong because we think we're under law rather than under grace. And we're so harsh as to think that our society should be governed by these penal sanctions of the Old Testament. And so what can we say? If we had two different schools of thought proposing how to build a neighborhood, and they had completely different views of how to engage in the building of the homes and the construction of the streets and all the other things that goes into building a neighborhood, you might, if you were in one school of thought over against the other, and you're both trying to build your respective neighborhoods, you might from time to time go over and see one another and say, well, how's it going? Give me a progress report. So rather than doing exegesis and argument this morning, I'd just like to go over to the non-theonomist neighborhood and say, how's it going? Give us an update on the world under your influence. How are things going in your churches? If we look back, way back, beyond the 20th century, down through the years to the earliest days of the Christian church, you'll see that the Christian church, in its very first heretical encounter, had to deal with the law and grace issue. Marcion, who died in 160 AD, was the leader of a heretical sect in the early church. He had come to Rome about 140 AD. 4 years after that, the church excommunicated him. According to Marcion, he maintained that the gospel of Jesus Christ was entirely a gospel of love that excludes the Mosaic law. His version of love was not subjective, it was not licentious. You need to understand that. Marcion, in fact, was an ascetic. He believed in a very rigorous, narrow approach to life. But he believed that that approach to life was to be directed by New Testament text only. And that led him into a severe ascetic lifestyle, very much like the Gnostics, that despised the world and the flesh. Marcion felt that the original gospel had been corrupted by his day. We're talking about less than 100 years. And now already people are preaching sermons, we have to get back to New Testament Christianity. Have you heard that before? Marcion was saying that as well. He felt that the Judaizing tendencies in the early church had corrupted the disciples. They should have realized, he said, that the Old Testament has absolutely no validity for Christians. And it's only Paul, according to Marcion, who understood that correctly. And by the way, even Paul didn't get it right all the time. And so Marcion declared that the New Covenant Scripture is 10 of the epistles of Paul and the Gospel of Luke, but only the Gospel with the Old Testament expurgated from it. And the church had to respond to Marcion. This is the first major heresy that the church addresses past the apostolic generation. And it's out of that confrontation that the church made declaration for the first time of what it recognized to be the canon of Scripture. I think it's fascinating that if you understand church history, it was a theonomic motivation that led to the formation and public declaration of the New Testament canon. That's fascinating. The New Testament church, the early patristic church, was not antagonistic to the Old Testament. And those who were antagonistic were deemed heretics. Boy, have we come a long way, baby. Now those of us who are saying, let's not throw away the Old Testament, let's respect what God has said there, we now are called heretics. But back in the days of the early church, The fathers of the church spoke glowingly of the Old Testament, of the Mosaic Law, and of its civil application. I only have time for two quick illustrations. Clement of Alexandria spoke explicitly of, and now I'm quoting him, the harmony of the law and the gospel. He went on to extensively and in detail commend the virtue and the benefit of the case laws that were revealed by Moses. He claimed that the Mosaic Law was the fountain of all sound ethics. He said it's far superior to the products of the best legislators of Greece. And now I'll quote him again. Now Moses furnished a good polity, which is the right discipline of men in social life. He also handled the administration of justice. Coordinate with it the faculty of dealing with punishments. In a word, the whole system of Moses is suited for the training of such as are capable of becoming good and noble men. But those who disbelieve and have shown a repugnance to engage in the works of the law, whoever else may, certainly confess their ignorance of the truth. That's pretty strong words. Here we have one of the fathers of the church saying, of course a civil polity should be fashioned after Moses. The Greek legislators couldn't possibly do any better than an inspired writer who speaks directly to the subject about how men should get along in society and deal with their problems. Well, that was long ago, right? Doesn't sound like the day in which we live. This is what sounds like the day in which we live. I'm going to quote Reinhold Niebuhr in an interpretation of Christian ethics. Orthodox Christianity cannot come to the aid of modern man because its morality is expressed in dogmatic and authoritarian moral codes. You see, that's the problem. We can't help modern men because we're all tied down to these dogmatic authoritarian codes. Rebellion is rooted in the heart of man. Man would be a law unto himself. It does not come to sinful fallen men naturally to submit to the dictates of their Creator. Certainly not the dictates in an old-fashioned discredited book. And so modern theologians, rather than fighting against the spirit of autonomy, have actually taken the spirit of autonomy to be the Christian outlook over against the oppressive attitudes that can be found in the world in various schools of philosophy. Graham de Graaf puts it this way: there is no room in morality for commands, whether they are the fathers, the schoolmasters, or the priest. There's still no room for them when they are God's commands. Wolfhart Pannenberg: the proclamation of imperatives backed by divine authority is not very persuasive today. Well, thanks, Wolfhart. I wouldn't have ever guessed that. Modern theologians promote autonomy, not theonomy, autonomy in the name of Christian morality. Now, there are some people in Reformed circles that have argued against an autonomous spirit. I think here of Dooyeweerd and his disciples, the cosmonomic school of thought. So you have autonomy, cosmonomic thinking, theonomy. Well, the cosmonomic thinkers have felt that the autonomous spirit is not at all appropriate to being a Christian, but on the other hand, they are not at all willing to go to the text of the Bible to find those laws by which we should live. They tell us we need an all-embracing world and life view. They say that we should look to the relevance of God's Word. Be careful now, Word is not being used in the way you think. We should look to the relevance of God's Word in all areas of life. But in the end, we're disturbed to find that according to this school of thought, the specific textual teachings of Scripture, that's what you would have thought Word meant, the specific textual teachings of Scripture are locked out of social, economic, judicial, political theorizing. That in fact, believe it or not, that's called a form of idolatry because the Word of God belongs in the box of ecclesiology. It belongs over here in the category, the modality of faith, but it doesn't pertain to other things. And Dooyeweerd himself specifically called the attitude that wants to go to the text of the Bible for civil polity biblicism. And I now wear that tag with honor. I am a biblicist. Because if that's what you call it, so be it. A rose by any other name smells as sweet. Nevertheless, there are those in reform circles who want to fight autonomy, but they don't want to fight it with the specific text of Scripture. As you know, theonomic ethics recognizes the authority of God's Word, God's written Word, that it cannot be restricted to any narrow domain, but rather, as Paul says in 2 Timothy 3, it is profitable for instruction in righteousness, that equips a man for every good work. And now your choices logically are these. Politics is not a good work, in which case the Bible doesn't equip you for it because it's not a good work. Or it is a good work, and therefore, as Paul says, all of Scripture is profitable for it. There are no other options. It's theonomy or autonomy, plain and simple. Hendrik Hart, who was one of these cosmonomic thinkers, wrote in The Challenge of Our Age, biblical living can never be summed up in rules for faith and conduct or faith and morals. Can never be summed up. Well then, there can never be a biblical faith that challenges our age. That's what I would say to Dr. Hart in response. Well, there are those who are closer to home, people who do have a respect for the text of God's Word, who nevertheless don't find what we are offering in theonomy or Reconstructionism wholesome or good. People who would continue to call us the heretics rather than the Marcions of our age. I think here of various forms of antinomianism. F.F. Bruce has written to the effect that Christian ethics is not characterized by external rules. Let me quote him. Not by external conformity to a written code, but by the impulsion of an inward power, God's people would do his will from the heart. Talk about false antitheses. You know, it's like you either got an external code or you got the inner work of the Spirit, you know, in your heart. Well, but his point is, if you really believe in Spirit-born living, if you're really going to be infused with the Spirit, then external codes of behavior have no place in Christian morality. Charles Ryrie, in a well-known dispensational work, The End of the Law, writes that Christians are in law to Christ. They have law, but it is not the law of the old dispensation. That indeed, unless something is repeated in the New Testament, it is not the law of the Christian man. I debated a leading dispensationalist a number of years ago. Many of you, I think, maybe have heard the debate. And so I asked a simple question, is bestiality then acceptable in the New Testament, since it's not repeated in the New Testament? Now you would think that is enough of a simple reductio ad absurdum to tell people, go back to the drawing boards, we obviously haven't got this worked out right. Dispensationalism, however, has simply maintained its opposition, in fact has turned up the heat. I don't want to whine and complain, but I could tell you stories, I know Gary could, all of us could, about the things that are said and written about us by the people who can't even show that bestiality is immoral. Isn't that incredible? Likewise, Walter Martin opposes the Reformation endorsement of the Mosaic Law when he wrote, "The great imperative of love suspends the whole law." He says we have to be careful to observe, though, that Christians do observe law, and so then he asked, which law? And he tells us that the reformers who suggested the Mosaic Law along with the rest of the Bible were guilty of, and I'm quoting, an unchristian and unbiblical concept which we repudiate with abject horror. Well, so when we get over to the other neighborhood, what I hear is people saying, you are a heretic, Dr. Bahnsen. We reject what you're saying with abject horror. That is unchristian. That is unbiblical. And so we have in the evangelical world and we have in the Reformed world today the ascendancy of Marcion and the rejection of the earliest church, and I believe of the Bible itself, with respect to the validity of God's law. John Murray wrote once, it's symptomatic of a pattern of thought current in many evangelical circles that the idea of keeping the commandments of God is not consonant with the liberty and spontaneity of the Christian man, that keeping the law has its affinities with legalism and with the principle of works rather than with the principle of grace. And then he adds in one hammer blow of a sentence, it is strange indeed that this kind of antipathy to the notion of keeping commandments should be entertained by any believer who is a serious student of the New Testament. Well, you know I agree with that. How's it going? Well, how's it going? We're being told that we have no idea what we're doing. We're going to destroy the church. We're going to destroy true Christianity in the individual's heart, that we are going to ruin society, that these are dangerous notions, that we are new Ayatollahs, and on it goes. Okay, well, I told you I wouldn't sit here and just, argue point by point in exegesis. I just want to visit the other neighborhood and say, well, then how's it going? Give us a progress report on what it is to uphold the grace of God as you understand the grace of God. After a generation of allegedly protecting the grace of God and the freedom of the Christian man from the law of God, how's it going outside our circles? What kind of influence is the church? Up to 35% of people in the United States claim to be not just Christians, evangelical Christians. It's 70 to 80% who will tell you they are Christians. But let's say, okay, we know better than that. But those who know to call themselves fundamentalist evangelical reformed, over a third of our nation will profess that. So how's it going out there where the grace of God is being protected against us Ayatollahs in this world? That's all I want to share with you this morning. A little progress report. How about in psychology? Listen to this. Broderick Chisholm, director of the World Health Organization, and I quote, "The belated objectives of practically all effective psychotherapy are the reinterpretation and eventual eradication of the concept of right and wrong. If the race is to be freed from its crippling burden of good and evil, it must be psychiatrists who take the original responsibility." An outright declaration that we cannot solve man's personal psychological problems of the soul. We cannot solve those problems unless we eradicate the notion of right and wrong. So how are our brothers and sisters in Christ in the other neighborhood doing in holding the world back from running completely into the autonomy that now there is no right and wrong? How's it going in education? I quote Irving Kristol from the Wall Street Journal, 1987. He says, "One might think that knowing right from wrong is not so remarkable as to merit comment. But in fact, there are two major institutions in our society where such knowledge is regarded with suspicion and distrust. The first consists of the media. The other is our universities, which cheerfully allow that they are much too sophisticated to know right from wrong, and regard any claim to such knowledge with disdain." Might I say in passing, you might hope that he's speaking tongue-in-cheek. He is not. This is the literal, observational, descriptive truth. You will be sneered at the modern university if you so much as presume that there is a right and wrong about which you could speak. It's not that you're mistaken in your view of right and wrong. It's that you think that there is such a thing. What a child. Once upon a time, Kristol says, practically all colleges and universities insisted on their right to dismiss a faculty member for moral turpitude. That phrase and the concept itself are now dismissed as archaic remnants of an unenlightened age. Our universities don't know what moral turpitude is. They teach that an educated person should find it presumptuous to claim to know what moral turpitude is. So how's it going out there where the grace of God is being protected against the law? How's it going in psychology and in education? James Patterson and Peter Kim, in the 1992 book, The Day America Told the Truth, write, "The overwhelming majority of people, 93%, said that they and nobody else determine what is and what is not moral in their lives. They base their decisions on their own experience, even on their daily whims." 93% of the people with whom we live think that right and wrong is based on what they feel and experience. And so how is it going with respect to freedom in our society today, where the grace of God has been stripped free of this terrible theonomic notion of the law of God? Well, what we see is a hypocritical demand in our society. Freedom for minorities, freedom for women, freedom for homosexuals, freedom for political dissidents, but not freedom for Christian schools. No, there we have the right to step in and tell you, don't you dare have the idea of right and wrong. Freedom in our day and age, what about the utter invasion of property and freedom that is practiced weekly, practiced daily by the IRS? Where are the men in the other neighborhood who are standing up for the freedom of their people against that kind of tyranny? Freedom in our day and age without the law of God, when we have so many market restrictions, rent controls, so much so that I had to go up to Chico a few years ago. The only Presbyterian they could find who would speak in behalf of Evelyn Smith, because she wouldn't rent her duplex to an unmarried couple because she thought they were living in sin. And so the state stepped in and brought charges against her to force her to do that. That's what freedom means when the law of God has been dismissed. How about the church and state? How are we doing in that area? Well, we see in our country freedom for all religions, don't we? People are just going out of their way to make sure the Muslims have their freedom. Freedom for all religions. But of course that means in the public schools, freedom from all religion. In the courts, how's it going where the grace of God has been protected and we don't want to look at that archaic law of God? Do you remember the shameless fiasco of the Clarence Thomas hearings when he was to be appointed to the Supreme Court? I don't particularly care whether he was guilty or not guilty of the charges brought against him by his opponent. That is not the issue. What is shameless to me is that even in a setting where we have legislators and the issue is the Supreme Court, we have no idea what the law of God says. At the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every charge will be established. Do we ever have the feeling, you know, when everything else fails, go back to the instructions? Our society, in the freedom of the grace that is promoted in our churches, has become characteristically litigious in its outlook. All of us have become victims, not free people, victims. Look at the disrespect for property and honesty all about you. The Josephson Institute survey of 9,000 young people published 2 years ago informs us that 33% of high school students admitted to shoplifting in the past year. 1 in 3. Nearly 2/3 of high school students had cheated on an exam in the past year. 20% of college students openly say they would falsify a report to help keep their job. But boy, we're making sure the grace of God and the freedom of the Christian man is being protected, aren't we? Patterson and Kim, in The Day America Told the Truth, 1992. 74% said they would steal from those who wouldn't really miss it. That's a huge number. 3 in 4 people would say stealing's fine as long as I perceive it wouldn't hurt the other person. 64% said they would lie when it suited them if it wouldn't cause real harm. 53% said they would cheat on their spouse. 53%. And the reason given? Because they figure their spouse is cheating on them anyway. 50% admitted it was standard operating procedure to procrastinate on the job so that they figure they really do about 4 days' work for every 5 they're paid. So how's it going over in the other neighborhood? What about disrespect for life? We could talk about abortion. You know the sickening statistics. Has the Christian church done a good job of being a city set on a hill? Is it now the light that scatters the darkness when it preaches a grace that's devoid of the law of God, devoid of any notion of sanctification? Our genocide of the unborn has made Hitler's campaign against the Jews pale into a minor crime by comparison. Within 48 hours of taking the oath of office, President Clinton moved to ease and lift restrictions on abortion in this country. He openly supports the Freedom of Choice Act. Think about the euthanasia that's being promoted and practiced in our country. Look at the widespread violence all about us. Note the hatred and the bigotry that's openly promoted in rap music. Killing of police, beating your bitch, getting niggers out of the way. Openly, explicitly. Those are the sorts of things that used to be said in whispers behind people's backs. And now we sing it. So how's it going over in the other neighborhood where the grace of God has been stripped free of the Mosaic law? Secular culture gladly stood by when promiscuity and profanity were openly endorsed and piety was sneered at, since those sorts of things were conservative values. And now liberals in our culture are standing aghast at the values of civilized society being eaten away. Love for neighbor is not there anymore. Equal treatment for all is not there. Respect for truth and learning is not there. Concern for life and property is not there. All of them eaten away by the acids of modernity and relativism. What's the problem? William Kirkpatrick, education professor at Boston College, notes that nearly 3 million crimes are committed on or near school property. About 135,000 students carry guns to school every day. And 21% of all secondary students avoid using school restrooms, as they will put down in private, because they fear intimidation or harm. Now, what is happening to our world, friends? While we've been beating up on these heretic theonomists, disrespect for sexual purity. Think about homosexuality alone. One of my students at the study center has written me a term paper in response to the pressure being exerted by the federal government to ban any kind of discrimination against homosexuals in the workplace. The Office of Personnel Management has ordered that sexual orientation is protected under the Civil Service Reform Act of 1978. The Department of Transportation officially sponsors Gay Pride Day. Pro-homosexual literature is distributed at exhibitions sponsored by the Department of Health and Human Services. The Department of Education lists in its newsletter section on marriages homosexual commitment services. The Department of Housing and Urban Development requires management-level staff to participate in outside organizations which promote cultural diversity, including homosexual organizations. Now, what is happening while we in our churches are promoting the grace of God devoid of law? Are you aware of all these things? Well, in kind of an uneasy, nauseating way, you know that out there things are not good. I'm trying to give you some detailed focus on this so you might understand why it is we take the heat to defend theonomy in our day. For the first time in history, a U.S. president has spoken openly in favor of tolerance for sexual perversity and has campaigned for easier treatment of homosexuals in the military. Time would escape me if I were to speak to you about widespread divorce in our culture, in our churches, the lifestyle of adultery and fornication, which is taken for granted on the TV. You see, I've lived through this generation. I remember when the TV just started gently suggesting these sorts of things, and now it is taken for granted that young people who go out on a date need some kind of sexual protection. Ha, 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 in all of our sitcoms. Well, of course, I'm offended by the specific, but what really takes me back is that this is just part of our lifestyle now. So gracious and free has it become. Pornography? Can you send your children to the market to have them even buy some bread and milk because of what they're going to see displayed at the front counter? Rape? A UCLA psychologist interviewed 288 freshman males asking if they would commit a rape if they knew for sure they could get away with it. 1 in 4 said that he would. If he knew that he could get away with it, he would not hesitate to rape his date. And how about this area of crime and punishment, the real offense of theonomy, you know? I've had people tell me from time to time, I really am glad, Dr. Bahnsen, that you brought attention to the authority of the Old Testament. We need to pay more attention to it. And we need to pay more attention to how God directs our lives. But I really don't think you're right to think that we can apply those laws for our society. We wouldn't want crime to be punished in the way that the Bible says. Well, okay, let's visit the other neighborhood. How's it going out there with respect to crime and punishment? Do the police usually get their man today? You might think so if you watch the TV. Well over 30 shows having to do with police, drama, or private investigators. But if you believe that the police get their man, you'd be living in the fantasy world of TV. John Perry reports in Pillars for 1994 that 14 million crimes were reported in 1992. 14 million, of which 2 million were for violent felonies. Of that total, only 742,000 arrests were made, of which 410,000 served prison time for their crimes. You think the police get their man? Why even bother to call the cops? In 1981, in New York City, the chief of detectives, James Sullivan, announced that the police would not be able to investigate burglaries unless the property was worth more than $5,000, that which was taken. Is it any surprise then that after he made that announcement, burglary complaints for the year jumped 12%, and there was only one arrest, not conviction, only one arrest for every 11 burglary reports. See, the police told the criminals, "We can't keep up with you," and they said, "Thank you," and they began to eat away all the more. Don't make the mistake of presuming that violent crime rates just automatically and always go up from year to year, by the way. You see, most of our lifetime we've seen that happen, and so we just take it for granted. Well, of course, crime's going to keep going up. That's plainly wrong if you study. In 1961, the murder rate was half of what it had been in 1933. From 1933 to 1961, the murder rate went down 50%. About that time, peniological theories were embraced having to do with the rehabilitation of criminals. Social theorists and psychologists turned our attention to the alleged root cause of crime, like poverty, environment, and so forth. And guess what? Ideas have consequences. Murder had gone down 50% in 30 years, and from 1960 to 1976, a person's statistical chances of becoming a victim of violent crime tripled. We cut it in half in 30 years and tripled it in 15. Ideas have consequences. The Sentencing Project, a nonprofit group in Washington, D.C., released a report in this year with comparative figures on incarceration. The U.S. now has the highest rate in its history for imprisonment. Only Russia, out of the countries of the world, has a slightly higher percentage of its population in prison. Since 1980, the inmate population in the United States has doubled. And you'll be astounded at what the prisons are costing our society. We really don't have time to go into all of these details. Do you get my point? To all of these disgraceful indicators of the immorality of our culture, I add with alarm the statistical report that 35% of the people in our country claim to be evangelical Christians. They have so protected the grace of God that our world has turned into disgrace. This World, published by the American Enterprise Institute, reports in its issue for summer of 1982 on a poll taken by the Roper Organization on the political and economic opinions of over 1,100 seminary professors in America, 64% of which claim that the Bible is infallible. To the question, do you think the Bible offers a blueprint for the ideal social system or not? 77% of them said no. Is that an accident? Is it an accident that the statistical study of crime and immorality in our country is going sky high at the same time that the theologians of our country say, of course, there's nothing in the Bible about how our society should be governed. George Gallup reported that among evangelical Christians, less than half of them could list 5 of the 10 commandments. Hey, but that's good news. Surely the grace of God's not being weighed down with the Mosaic law. They don't even know 5 of the 10 commandments. Back in 1988, I read that Jimmy Swaggart was planning to publish a periodical entitled Sound Doctrine. Boy, is that an ironic. Sound Doctrine, in order to counteract Dominion theology. And before he could get around to publishing how terrible our theology was, his own personal antinomianism scuttled the project. Less likely to be openly noticed are the numerous cases of dishonesty, abortion, adultery, and even homosexuality, which are festering in our evangelical, fundamentalist, and reformed churches. Mel White recently declared his homosexuality. He'd been a ghostwriter for Jerry Falwell. James Davidson, a sociologist, has compiled depressing statistics on the lifestyles of young adults associated with our evangelical colleges and institutions, only to find that there is no significant statistical difference between fornication, abortion, homosexuality between the evangelical colleges and their secular counterparts. In any number of surveys, we find that Christians and non-Christians respond in essentially the same way and in the same numbers in answering questions about greed, about hedonism, about racism. At Calvin College, the faculty has widely decried and condemned a student group for bringing a speaker to campus who spoke against the immorality of homosexuals, while a professed homosexual minister was quite welcome to speak in the college chapel. Norman Geisler, one of the leading critics of the heresy of poor Dr. Bonson, has this question asked: shall we get back to our Christian heritage? His answer is, God forbid. You see, friends, our culture is morally going to hell in a handbasket. And the church is following right along with it. If you sincerely try to stand against the slide into the cesspool of wickedness in our state, in our culture, by looking for a consistent biblical position from which you might witness against the disgrace all around us, as many of us have found, you'll lose your job within the seminary community. You'll lose your standing in the church establishment. You'll virtually become unemployable. Even if you're Orthodox, you'll become ostracized. You'll be called dangerous. What's wrong with us? That theonomists are dangerous when we have to lock our windows at night? It's crazy, isn't it? How many times can a man turn his head and pretend he just doesn't see? Of all the wicked heresies and threatening movements facing the church in our day, when Westminster Seminary finally organized their faculty to write something in unison, they gave their determined political efforts not to fight socialism, not to fight homosexuality, not abortion, not crime and mayhem in our society, not subjectivism in theology, not dispensationalism, not cultural relativism, not licentiousness, not defection from the New Testament, not defection from the Westminster Confession of Faith, all of which are out there and they could give their legitimate efforts to. Boy, the thing they had to write about was theonomy. How many times can a man turn his head and pretend he doesn't see? We are living in the cesspool of relativism, and the church doesn't have an answer. Well, I praise God, not for my work. I think it's the grace of God that allows me to have this ministry. But I praise God that the truth that the early church knew and that is found in the Bible is available to us, and there are people like you who are willing to say, we'll pay the price. It's worth it. Gordon Reed, posting an article from Reformed Seminary in Jackson, Mississippi, begins by noting the Los Angeles riots as a, quote, grim reminder that our nation and our whole way of life is seriously threatened by a growing tide of lawlessness. I begin to read that and I say, praise God, forget my background with the Reformed Seminary. I'm so glad. So I begin to read this article. You look at the LA riots and you say, lawlessness is all around us. What can we do about it? And the purpose of the article, when you get to the end, is to make sure we know that we're not under the judicial law of Moses. How many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? I submit to you that by opposing the law of God in the late 20th century, the church continues to be salt which has lost its savor in a decaying world. We deserve to be cast out and trodden under the feet of men. In the name of protecting the grace of God against those who promote the moral validity of anybody else's opinion rather than what God has said in his holy commandments, the church has turned the grace of God into disgrace. It's become guilty of complicity with the lawlessness of our world. And for a generation, Reconstructionism has forcibly challenged the world and the drifting church to recognize the necessity of God's revealed law if we would somehow avert a plunge into the moral, license, and social chaos which is right in front of us unless we turn our heads and pretend we don't see. Jude verses 3 and 4 says, Beloved, while I was giving all diligence to write unto you of our common salvation, I was constrained to write unto you, exhorting you to contend earnestly for the faith which was once for all delivered to the saints. For there are certain men crept in privately, those who were of old, of beforehand, unto this condemnation written, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness. How's it going in the other neighborhood? My word for those who oppose what I have written and my brothers have written, what you believe, when they call us heretics, my word to them is you have turned the grace of God into disgrace. May God save us all.
Rock could do a cross-examination, T-Dump.
on Earth, and I'm still
You
making
have to
arguments
believe in
because the
no,
goal-
you have to believe in logic, dude. You have to
No.
you have to hear. Of course you do. To do a
No.
counter, to do a critique or a positive.
Jim Bob could always leave the channels he starts shit with, but then he wouldn't have content. Is that like a dig? Like, I don't understand. That's like saying, well, the hairdresser could just stop, looking at really bad hairdressers, hairstyles, but then he wouldn't have any content to work with. I mean, what are you talking about? You sound like a bitch.
Argument. You have to first assume logic, consistency, because that is literally the lens through which you're doing a cross examination.
No, again, you don't have to assume anything. Like all I have.
You don't have to assume anything.
Of course you do. To do a
No.
counter, to do a critique or a positive argument, you have to first assume logic, consistency, because that is literally the lens through which you're doing a cross examination.
No, again, you don't have to assume anything. Like all I have to do is try to create.
Create. Does that assume something? This is how, I don't understand how. Now I do understand how he got seemingly popular in the atheist community, because they're just not listening to what he's saying. They're just not listening to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. You don't have to assume anything. You literally just have to create. Creating assumes the things that I just listed.
Sentence that is
Sentence assume logic and meaning.
coherent in your worldview. Doesn't
That's
well, my
assuming
beliefs
meaning.
are irrelevant.
No, that's assuming meaning and everything
No.
else. Yes, it is.
No.
You can't
No, he says no. He says no, it's not assuming meaning. He's not assuming a shared meaning of words.
make a
I can
sentence
use- I
without
can use
assuming logic
non-
and meaning.
I can reject all meaning like Wittgenstein and still create a sentence.
Really?
I can reject all logic like a mini value.
Rejecting logic assumes logic. The act of rejecting logic is the use of logic. There's an identity that you're assuming. You're in an action that's rejecting something. That is logic. You're negating something. That's logic.
You idiot.
Valued logician or whatever and still create a sentence that makes sense in your logic. My assumptions are irrelevant. The assumptions of the person making the argument are irrelevant. The point of the argument is to convince the hearer, not the person making the arguments.
Yeah, why? I'm asking a bigger question here, Tom. Why convince the hearer? I'm asking why.
What's an emotional
point?
I think you're
No. What's the point? What's the? Oh, come on. That okay? You're
No,
out of the
I was
conversation now.
answering. I was
An emotional appeal? No, it's not an emotional appeal. Why do proper mathematics isn't an emotional appeal? To ask why. Why do proper, if you ask the teacher, why do proper logic, right?
answering your question. Why try to convince somebody? Because
Yeah.
you think their beliefs are silly.
Okay. Is that it?
That's
you
it.
want to convince them. It's an emotional appeal.
Okay.
So all your arguments are emotional appeals. Great work.
So all debates are emotional appeal.
Yes, literally.
Literally? All debates are emotional appeal, literally.
Okay. Literally.
Yes, humans'
Okay.
motivations are all.
So the only purpose of debating and doing any sort of critique in philosophy is because people are appealing to their own emotion.
are motivated by their own emotions.
Didn't you?
Okay, so if someone debated, right, and they received negative emotions from winning, but they kept winning. Holy shit.
Didn't you say that a machine could do debate?
Yes, they don't.
Do
though.
machines have emotions?
Nope.
So that's a contradiction.
No. So when I say all debates that currently happen by debaters that currently exist.
Can we
So-
debate a chat GPT?
Possibly yes, but ChatGPT can't do a debate on its own because it needs a prompt. So
So the
ChatGPT
prompt-
isn't doing debates. Human.
This is what's so ironic is that these people hold a physicalist position that we're merely like computers, but in wet form. And he's making this meaningful distinction between a human being and the computer, which is just a different form of an input-output machine.
Humans
Okay.
are doing debates. Humans start
when people
debates.
teach math, when a teacher teaches a class math, you're saying they're teaching the consistency and the consequences of math. Because they're because of an emotional appeal. That when
Yes,
someone says
they're-
2
they're
plus
getting
2
paid.
equals 4, you're saying that's an appeal to emotion?
No, again, they're guided, motivated by their emotions. So the reason
How
they're
do you
teaching
know
math,
that?
because that's how the brain works. Like the reason they're teaching math is because they want to get paid. The reason they're teaching a specific
Really?
type of math.
Are there people who
because-
teach math without getting
You're,
paid?
you're
There are people who teach math without getting paid.
interrupting a lot, Jim Bob. Why don't you?
I'm
let
sorry,
T-Jump
but he's making a
respond?
lot of assertions
So
here.
T-Jump's being very
You're
calm
not
and very patient and
Oh, tone police. It's being very patient and
trying to
Okay,
explain things.
fair
You're
enough.
jumping in
It's
mid-sentence.
just,
so you
there's
never
just
get
a
to
lot of false statements. That's all.
No, none of these are false. These are all basic knowledge of.
no, the statement was math. People teach math because financial incentive. Well, that's weird because there are other things they can do for much better incentive. Isn't that weird that they continue to teach math for the lowest possible dollar and they could have done something else with their mathematical brains like programming or work for Lockheed Martin? I don't know. I don't know.
Basic human nature that are pretty much the consensus in every academic field. And then theists just say they're false because their whole worldview goes against reality. So yes, people do anything, it's because of emotion. Emotion motivates all action in all humans. That's how emotion works. It's literally evolved to motivate us to do anything. So anything we do, if we're teaching, it's because we want money or recognition or to pursue some.
For real? I don't understand.
All of those are things that give you a dopamine rush. Dopamine gives you an emotion, gratification, happiness, whatever, and that's why you're doing it. For all of the actions you ever do, that's why you do it.
Oh, really? So the people who don't have the experience of the dopamine rush but continue to teach, why are they doing it?
Okay, so when someone says, I believe X is true, even if it's mathematical, are you saying that it's only true because they emotionally believe it to be true?
No, how could you possibly interpret anything I just said to
Why? Here, let me get this clear. Now, how could I interpret everything you just said? Well, if someone thought something was true, but based on your model, well, they only thought it was true because it gives them an emotional appeal. So that brings into question whether or not, this is the mechanistic argument again. This brings into question whether or not something's actually true or you just think it is because of an emotional benefit. How would you distinguish the two?
in any way
When it gets to his
because of your
moral field.
emotions. And then he says, "No, I'm not saying that."
Truth if it kept hurting them emotionally.
because they believed it would give them happiness?
You're familiar with epistemic norms, Jim Bob? From normativity.
But if I ask why, I understand Tom is adding a variable that doesn't make them happy.
We got
Yes,
into
and the reason
dopamines, right? But then I asked if dopamines could be reconfigured so that people pursued, like you can, if it's the case that it's all just chemical reactions, then you can code human beings to do things, and you wouldn't need a reason why they did it. You would actually have a cause. You would just say, well, we inserted dopamines to get them to eat brain custard.
They pursued truth was because in their brain, pursuing truth gives them dopamine. Now that could lead to less dopamine overall, which is totally fine. Like your pursuit of, so pursuing truth and knowledge gives them dopamine when they learn something, when they gain knowledge, when they can out that knowledge over other people. Those are all giving them dopamine. The reason they're doing the studies to learn things is for dopamine. Then that can lead to consequences where they get.
Well, here we go then. If you I should have asked this, but in the future when this dopamine argument comes up, should we shortcut human beings so that they just get dopamine so they don't have to learn anything? If the only reason from this guy's view is dopamine hits that we pursue anything, including truth, well, if we can get the dopamine without the work, should we deliver it? Should we do Amazon Prime dopamine? Dopamine drips, no action needed.
get less dopamine, but that wasn't the
Are you tired of arguing and teaching math to get your dopamine? Well, that's ending today. Amazon Prime Delivery, pharmaceutical Amazon Prime Delivery has got you covered.
intent. They were still doing it because of the dopamine.
Interesting. So if you inhibited dopamine and someone kept learning, what would
We
the
actually
reason?
find that they don't. What
We find that they don't.
we actually find is that
They
when
don't.
you inhibit
So they know nobody learns with lower dopamines.
dopamine, they literally stop doing anything.
Do they?
That's
I didn't know what he was referring to there, but it sounds like an absolute statement that can't possibly be true across the board.
what a number of the symptoms of certain types of ADHD are based on. And
Uh-huh.
until you restore the flow of dopamine, they will say, "I know that I should do X. My life will be ruined if I don't do X," like their homework or reading.
Yeah, but according to that logic, the reason they're taking that position is for their dopamine. Do you see how this all collapses so easily? So the reason people do anything is because of dopamine. Well, here's this person without dopamine who's not doing anything. So you're saying, why would he do that if he's in pursuit, if everything he does is in pursuit of dopamine? Holy shit.
Book or whatever.
Or pursue it, or dopamine from
Well-being, which would include dopamine and a bunch of other criteria. So that would be a different conversation. What most
say you hold a position that it's best that the most amount of people we have on Earth produce.
I asked him why he argues against theism, and it says he gives him dopamines. He said that's the only reason he does it.
Dopamines, and they didn't produce dopamines by removing yours, but you got your dopamines from removing theirs. Whose system would be better off for all of humanity?
Well, that would be a different conversation. So the better off for all humanity would be like which outcome would have the best consequences, not specifically for dopamine, but for like survival, well-being, which would include dopamine and a bunch of other criteria. So that would be a different conversation. What motivates people isn't that. What motivates people is their dopamine. And if their goal or why they get dopamine is trying to better the world or whatever, they're going to have some set of criteria of what bettering the world is, and they're going to try to maximize that criteria.
I still don't understand if everything is reduced to dopamine. What is that? What is when someone chooses not to do what they want to do? And you're saying it's the absence of dopamine. Well, then, what is the thing? If all of our behavior is in pursuit of dopamine, why is it that the person without dopamine isn't pursuing dopamine? Silly. I mean, it's such a contradiction. Premise 1, everything we do is in pursuit of dopamine. Okay. Premise 2, we find that people without dopamine don't do things. Well, that's interesting.
You idiot.
Criteria. So if their criteria is not believing false beliefs and they are under the apprehension that believing false beliefs leads to more bad things,
Mhm.
then they're going to try to reduce the number of false beliefs in the world, which would then entail reducing the number of religious.
No, dude, because what's in question is whether a false belief can produce dopamine, which it can. Hello?
people.
Okay. So
I love it
then,
when we have a man up here that think he's smarter than sliced bread, I guess.
if are you linking dopamine increases with your ethical stance?
No. So my ethical stance is a truth statement. I think it's objectively true that certain things are moral. What motivates people is completely irrelevant. Doesn't
I
make a difference.
understand. I understand, but do you think it would be, from your system, would it be morally good to increase the general dopamine of the population or not?
No. So my moral stance is based off of imposition of will, and so it's not.
Well, according to your own standard before, you'd say the only reason why we don't like the imposition of will is for dopamines. That we don't like it, right? The imposition of will has an effect on dopamines, and the reason we strive for the lack of imposition of will is dopamines.
Not based on dopamine.
How could it not be?
Okay, but wouldn't your argument against the imposition of will be based on how people feel?
Yeah, so if people wanted more dopamine, I would say we should give them more dopamine. If they don't want more dopamine, they should be able to turn off dopamine. And if they wanted some other measurement of happiness, if they wanted to like not be bound by dopamine, they should be released from dopamine and put on whatever other standard that makes them happy. So my standard is irrelevant to dopamine. Dopamine is just how our current biological brains function.
Okay, but your position against theism is merely that it gives you dopamine.
No, the reason I argue against theism is that it gives me dopamine.
Okay. Do you have but you value dopamine though, or do you
I
have no
value
control?
the feeling. Yeah, sure. I value the
Okay.
feeling
Do you only value dopamine because of dopamine?
dopamine gives me.
Okay, but would you say you have a will in the matter of pursuing dopamine?
I don't know how. I don't understand that question.
So
You don't understand the question. Do you have will in the matter of your pursuit of dopamine, or are you just automatically like a fiend, like a zombie for dopamine?
if you said, which you did say, you get your dopamine from getting other people away from their dopamine, basically.
Sure.
And I said, well, why do you do
Welcome
that?
to
And you say,
sports.
well, you said, well, why do you do that?
Welcome to sports. So he just reduced all aspects of human interactions, right, including the justice system and our moral pursuits, right? He says, well, welcome to sports. Well, yeah, if you watch sports and you go, I get a dopamine rush from watching someone win or lose, fine. But if you're saying biology itself and philosophy is reduced to physicality and chemicals and basically if sports, then you on what basis would you say some sort of tribal war, some warlord tribe got their dopamine from just going, tribe to tribe and just taking everything and wrecking them, right? Now, when you say, excuse me, sir, you're violating T-Jump's church of best possible worlds. And they go, yeah, but I do this because of my dopamine. And he has to say, yeah, that you're right. You're right. He you know what I mean? Like Tom Jump stops the warlord in his tracks. Are you sure you want to go into that other town and completely wreck them? And the warlord looks over with his painted face and, his machine guns. And he goes, yeah, bro, haven't you watched sports before? haven't you even watched a basketball game?
Do that and you say, well, that's what causes it, is that I'm seeking my dopamine. But if you have a say in the matter, then you could hold a position that, well, you're going to restrict your dopamine for maybe a greater good or something like this. So I'm asking you, why do you value your dopamine over the dopamine of many more people?
The question is, whose dopamine's more valuable? Because if someone gets their dopamine from eating brain custard and another person gets his dopamine going on Discord and trying to refute Christians, why is one more valuable than the other? Why ought we not pursue dopamine in certain instances? I mean,
well, all people typically value their own dopamine over anyone else's dopamine. That's just how
we're not talking about what they value. We're talking about what they ought do that they value that.
brains work.
Okay.
But it sounds like what you're asking is, why would I prioritize my dopamine over the dopamine of millions of others or something? Welcome to rich people. That's how humans work.
That's not an answer, T-Dump. Welcome to rich people. You're not rich, so why do you value it? What are you talking about? Is he saying he wants to be rich and so he's going to what is he saying? Welcome to rich people? What?
Did you say
billionaires?
Rich
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
billionaires prioritize their own dopamine. Which
I asked you, why do you value? Is he a billionaire? Maybe he is.
get from wealth, rather than giving their dopamine their dopamine source, their money, to other people who could drastically increase the rate of dopamine to people who needed food, especially. They don't, because they like their dopamine.
That's actually not true, because a lot of rich people feel compelled almost in a messianic kind of way, some of them, to heal the world. That their new dopamine is actually not hoarding money. It's actually the opposite, that they think they're in a position to change the world. And so they put a lot of money in a lot of different things, I would say for the wrong reasons, from the wrong paradigm. But it's descriptively false to say that the richest people in the world don't help people because of dopamine. So it's, in fact, from your position, Tom, whether they helped or didn't, both would be dopamine pursuits. I'm asking, why is one dopamine shot, more important than the other in regards to what behaviors produce them?
That's just how brains work. And
how brains
prioritize
work.
your own dopamine.
Well, wouldn't you argue that some people, like a Bill Gates, would get their dopamine from helping other people?
Absolutely not. But
Well, then why would
his-
they do that if they're led by their dopamine? Why would they do such a thing if
Tax
you're saying
evasion.
it's not the case?
Tax write-off.
Yeah, but
So-
that would,
A tax write-off, that would be dopamine. These people, they're just, the term sophistry is overused, I believe, but I don't know what else to call it. Everything people do is in pursuit of the dopamine. Why does Bill Gates help people with all his money? Well, it's not dopamine, it's for a tax write-off.
I would
There's
give them
actually- there is a
dopamine. I would
great-
give them dopamine.
correct. So
Yeah,
they
so
don't.
the answer
if
is
they
yes.
No, it's not for dopamine, it's for a tax write-off, which would give him dopamine.
Yes.
if they actually genuinely wanted to help people, and if genuinely helping people,
There
was-
is no genuineness, okay? That's suddenly there's some genuine character. If it's the case that everything we do is in pursuit, like a fiend, to dopamine, what is genuine but the ability to supersede our fiending addiction to dopamine? What is this term genuine? What is
raise their dopamine level, then there are much more
Speaking of dopamine shots, check out this sticker. A big reveal sticker. It's done. Yes, I did make a My Little Pony Skid Row edition. My Little Pony Skid Row edition is ready. Now, this is holographic, so you're not seeing the clarity of the color. But for those of you who are part of the book drive, you'll be getting the 4 stickers that are ready to ship, including...
Yo, listen to the sound of his voice. It's the voice of white supremacy and smugness. It's the voice of oppression.
You get My Little Pony Skid Row edition. You get the classic Screaming Capybara. You get the standard Why Bad Thing Happened Atheist. And you get, of course, my favorite, Show Me Your Tummy, Wes Watson sticker. There you go. We'll continue. Now, this was supposed to be about Trent Horn and Pearl, but this is honestly, this is surprising. It might surprise you, but this is more entertaining than that debate.
more efficient ways to help people than what they're doing. So the reason they're doing less efficient ways to help people is likely because there is some other benefit to the actions that they're taking that isn't helping people, and that in combination with the helping people
He's
is
just
a
making
greater
shit up.
dopamine release for themselves than they would get from simply helping the people.
Wow. Really out there.
Right, but basically, if it's possible,
He
that-
basically said, no matter what you point to that might not produce dopamines, it'll eventually produce dopamines, because ultimately, at any given point, I'm going to have to assume in the future that my position's correct about the dopamines.
people get their dopamine from not only not helping people, but causing some sort of problem logistically in their life, then it seems like it wouldn't matter which behaviors they're doing, because you're kind of saying like, well, they are helping, but that's not for their dopamine. It's for some other reason, because obviously they could be helping better. Well, if it's the case that not helping could produce dopamine, then it seems like both examples could either be seeking dopamine, and it doesn't matter what they're doing. Like Dahmer, you could argue, got shots of dopamine potentially.
Yes, all humans are motivated by dopamine for all actions. Whether
For all actions, except for the ones you just said he wasn't motivated by, where Bill Gates is not, doing good for dopamines. I mean, the contradictions they're so fluid that it's almost difficult to even, because there's so many. You say X and then you say not X. You say X, you say not X.
whether they are moral or immoral, because motivations are completely independent of morality, completely independent.
Speaking of dopamines, Pearl
Well,
isn't going to help
Like what
raising
you're
your
commenting,
dopamines.
Jim Bob, like you're attacking a windmill here because
Okay.
T-Jump is not talking about what's moral or immoral. He's just talking about descriptively how brain.
Yeah, because I'm asking, though. He's not talking about it because he's dodging my question, which is, which dopamines are more valuable? Whose dopamines are more valuable? And this guy's like, oh, listen, Jim Bob, I want you to know T-Jump is not answering your question. So you're attacking a windmill here. Well, he's not answering my question. Now, if you're a moderator over there, IX, the correct thing to say is, T-Jump, you didn't really answer Jim Bob's question. Whose dopamines, whether singular or plural, should we value?
Work and how motivation works. And he's saying if people are doing X, there's a myriad of reasons they could be doing X other than the moral claim that they make, right?
I understand.
And
Well, no. If what you're saying is true, even taking a moral position is only taken because of dopamines also.
so
I understand. So the question
if
I asked, the reason I asked the question is because the beginning of the question was, why ought we pursue truth, which is a moral claim? So if it's the case that T-Jump,
How is that a moral claim? Go back.
that we ought to pursue,
Oh, yeah. T-Jump says when you make oughts, it's not a moral position. I guess to reframe it from his view, I do in a second.
Yeah, so that's not. I wouldn't see that. I don't see how that's a moral claim. I don't get it.
you don't get that. That's would you accept it's a meta-ethical position?
That's the same thing. I don't understand how it's a meta-ethical position. So, like,
Okay, what if you said it's morally good to pursue truth?
that part I wouldn't understand. That part makes
You wouldn't understand if someone said that.
no sense to me because I don't think it would be moral or immoral to pursue truth, and I don't think it's moral or
Which is a contradiction from his model of this moral field theory. Because if the moral field theory was true and you wanted people to know about it, you'd have to value truth as a precondition to explaining and persuading people to your moral field theory. So if the praxis of moral field theory is good, then praxis would need to be possible without valuing truth, and you can't have praxis without valuing truth.
immoral to pursue falsity. I don't think there's any moral
Isn't that-
connection.
Isn't that true even in your own system?
What?
Your moral system, it's true for your moral system.
No, in my moral system, it never says it's moral to pursue truth.
Then how are you going to convey your system? Like he's like, guys, I'm going to convey my moral system, right? Moral field theory. You ready? Here's my argument. Well, and then the person goes, well, but I don't value truth, so. That's why you can't separate any moral claims with a moral claim about valuing truth. Because you can't separate the position from truth.
Well, you would have to pursue and value truth before you came to your secondary descriptions about imposition of will.
No, so I just have to have truth would exist. So if truth
What? Truth existing is the same thing. This guy is such a clown. Listen to what he says.
Before you came to your secondary, your moral system, it's true for your moral system.
No, in my moral system, it never says it's moral to pursue truth.
Well, you would have to pursue and value truth before you came to your secondary descriptions about imposition of will.
No, so I just have to have truth would exist. So if truth exists,
That's a truth exists. No. You don't understand, Jim Bob. I don't have to value that truth. I just have to value the statement truth exists.
in the universe, then I can write a
I just have to value the truth claim that truth exists. That's all.
model of morality. Whether or not I care about truth is irrelevant. Whether or not any of the occupants of the universe care about truth is irrelevant. The definition of what morality is would be an existing thing independent of what anybody cares about. So whether you care about truth is or not.
That's a truth claim. Morality is this thing that exists independent of people and what they feel and think. That's a truth statement. So is that true independent of you saying it? Okay, then you basically necessitated another mind. This is what's so interesting. Every time these people go into these shitty moral positions about epistemic and moral positions that are tied together, they necessitate a mind outside of themselves by speaking. And they don't even realize it.
Or not is irrelevant.
So morality exists independent of T-Jump's statements. And yet morality requires truth.
Though you would need truth to write a system, caring about truth is a completely different, unrelated topic. Like you need math to write or understand mathematical equations. Doesn't mean you care. Like you can have mathematicians who understand mathematically buying a lottery ticket is a complete waste of money, but they still buy a lottery ticket because they like the dopamine. So caring and motivations are completely separate from logical entailments of things that you would need to build a model.
What the hell?
Well, I'm saying that you'd have to value logic and consistency to do math and to engage with other people in doing math and logic. And so if your moral position on the imposition of will is descriptively true, let's say, then if you're going to share it with people, they have to value truth if they're going to value your description. And so, isn't the purpose of your moral position and starting a church and everything is to persuade and talk to other people and get them on board with your description of reality?
Sure.
So wouldn't it be a precondition that they value truth if we granted your description of reality was true?
Sure.
Okay, so then people do have to value truth. So if valuing truth...
He just completely went back on everything he said in a single moment. So he started with, you don't need to value truth to convey a moral system. You don't need to value. And then he said, sure, yeah, true, yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is a precondition to your moral system.
No. So it's not valuing truth as moral. That statement doesn't exist. In order to accept my model, you would presumably have to accept logic and morality and a bunch of things. But that doesn't mean it's moral to do those things. Like that, it's not moral in the model to accept logic.
Okay, great. Well, then if a moral system, in your case, this field theory, this imposition of will, in order to practice the praxis of your moral your moral system, the practice of your moral system. How could you practice your moral system if it's not also good? Like if it's good to practice your moral system, then if it's practicable, if you can practice it, practicing something can't be distinct from logic itself. So there's no way around logic or truth being intertwined with any moral system, especially when you get to praxis.
It's not moral to pursue truth. Do I want people to accept my model? Sure. Does that make it moral for them to do so? No, it isn't moral to accept my model. It's not moral to use logic. Those are just things that would be required to accept my model.
So he's basically saying that his model of moral theory is true, he believes. His hypothesis is true. But operating under that model isn't moral.
So you start your moral system after your use of logic. So you're saying if...
Let me get to his
but
theory.
not all flowers have a greater depth than just moral statements. There's lots of many factually true statements that are not moral statements. And so it is not the case that pursuing truth is moral, because not all facts are moral facts.
He is
If
incoherent.
all facts were moral facts, then it would be true that anytime you're pursuing truth, you would be pursuing morality.
It's not moral facts. It's ought we value truth if valuing truth is inextricably tied to the praxis of any moral system?
But it's not the case.
That there's a moral field. Is that
Listen,
correct?
here we go. Moral
Yes.
fields. Here we
And
go.
that moral field, does it affect everything?
No.
Watch Ortho.
It
Ben. This
doesn't.
is hilarious.
It only
Only-
affects some things?
So it doesn't affect rocks.
Oh,
Like not all fields affect all things.
okay. And then, and so the moral field acts on some things and not others?
Yeah, like consciousness, conscious agents. brains.
Okay. And then your statement is your position that immorality is the imposition of will, involuntary?
Yep.
Okay. So does the moral field influence human consciousness without their voluntary will?
No.
It doesn't?
Now, keep in mind, he's saying no. He's saying that there's a moral field that influences brains, but it's not involuntary.
So there's a moral field that's equivalent to kind of like gravity in your case, right?
Yep.
And it acts on consciousness.
No, it acts on brains.
It acts on brains. He said consciousness, and that. Oh man, just to make sure I'm not losing my mind here.
Does the moral field influence human consciousness without their voluntary? And then your statement is your position that immorality is the imposition of will, involuntary?
Yep.
Okay. So does the moral field influence human consciousness without their voluntary?
Hold on.
No.
It doesn't.
No,
It only affects some things.
So it doesn't affect rocks.
Oh,
Like not all fields affect all things.
okay. And then, and so the moral field, immorality
So he said a moral field affects consciousness.
is the imposition of will, involuntary.
Yep.
So does the moral field
It's lowering your dopamine.
influence human consciousness without their voluntary will?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
So there's a moral field that's equivalent to kind of like gravity in your case, right?
Yep.
And it acts on consciousness.
No, it acts on brains.
And
Brains
it acts
act
on
on consciousness.
Okay, if the moral field acts on brains, how do you know which brains it's not acting on?
Well, presumably it would act on all of them, but I would guess there are
Well, if it acted on all of them, then it would be involuntary.
definitely some where it might not affect them, kind of like blind people that can't see light. Sure.
Okay, so I'm asking,
I don't know how this guy gets away. I mean, I feel like in the atheist community, which is not the same in the Christian umbrella communities, right? That they're less rigorous with their own. Now, that's not the same, at least in my experience, with Christians. That we end up being rigorous and even vicious with each other's claims, arguing inside the Christian paradigm, and yet you have all these people here that are probably atheists for the most part, but what happens here is they don't call out T-dump. Now, maybe some do, and they distance themselves and they go, and that guy's lost it. But there's definitely not as many effort attacks on his positions and how contradictory he is.
in the instance where the moral field is affecting a brain, does it affect them regardless of their wants and desires and will?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So the moral field in your position is an involuntary imposition of the will on those brains.
Everything in this universe is.
He just contradicted himself again. I asked him, is the moral field an involuntary imposition of will? And he said no. And then he just said yes.
An involuntary imposition. We can't choose to be here.
Okay,
You can choose not to be here. What are you talking about?
so in your moral system, morality is a field that involuntarily imposes on will. And in your system, what is immoral is the involuntary imposition of will.
Sort of. So I think what you're getting at is, since we are trapped in this universe, the universe is immoral. Like, yes, that is the case.
universe is immoral.
Us being trapped.
The universe is immoral, right? And so the universe itself is immoral, which now includes rocks. How can the rock be immoral by falling off the cliff and hitting someone in the head if the moral field has no act on a rock, you said. When you say the whole universe is immoral, you're including matter that has no intent. So before he just said, I asked him if the moral field acts on everything. And he says, no, it doesn't act on a rock. It acts on human brains. And yet, how is that the case? How can the universe itself be immoral? From your model, what is and isn't moral has some direct link to this moral field, right? I mean, this is such gibberish.
Under gravity and all the forces without our consent is immoral, sure.
Gravity is immoral, right? The effect of falling is immoral. Even though, from his own view, the constraints of physics that inform our ability to do anything good, right? Workable, even in his view, good. In fact, you couldn't have voluntarism. You couldn't have his concept of voluntarism without all of the evil preconditions. So he has a world of evil preconditions, and all of them are evil. Anything that's a constraint on our will, the fact that we can't jump out into space just from working our legs out, that's it. That's immoral. The fact that we can't breathe underwater is immoral. Any imposition of will is immoral. Therefore, the universe is immoral. And yet, his definition of what's good, which includes some voluntary exchange of will, some negotiated exchange, right? Well, you couldn't have the negotiated exchange without what he's calling ultimately evil. Isn't this interesting? Gravity is just yeah, it's not even a theory. It's not even a theory, though. That's giving it way too much.
Okay, so
And
if
the
we
moral
can't
force
escape,
was
So, I mean, do you understand how insane this is? This is more for the atheists, because everyone in the chat already sees how insane this is. But for the atheists who listen in, you got to really think about what he just said. He said the universe is immoral. And yet, what he defines as moral is in the universe. And what he defines as moral as some sort of activity is only possible from the constraint. The constraints by which are evil. So evil, in his view, evil produces good.
Force was the most powerful force and overrode every other force, then you would essentially get your own universe.
I got it.
Then
But
you would not be imposed upon.
But it seems to be the case that your definition of morality, the very nature of morality, is immoral.
No. So because we're trapped in the universe, that's like guided by evolution or whatever, and if evolution or brains are affected by a law, and we didn't get to design our own brains, then that operation of the universe is immoral. So I agree. Yes, like aging, death.
Dude, we didn't get to design our own brains. Okay, this is how stupid this guy is.
You idiot.
If you got to design your own brain, by definition of design, it would be constrained. So it would be evil anyway. Like basically any operation that has some lawfulness, some rigor, some regularity, any operation you could point to that's intelligible and regular. Any system that you imagined could exist in place of this one. If it worked in any way, if there was any operation to it, it would be definitionally bound by some regularity. And that's his concept of what a moral. So based on his logic, if he designed his own brain from his own will, it couldn't be immoral, even if the outcome is that his brain has constraints. It's just, I mean, where are you, atheists? You should be. There should be a feeding frenzy on this guy.
Hunger, exactly the same as all those other things. But if that law was maximized, then it would not be imposing on us. There wouldn't be evolution. There wouldn't be developmental operations of this universe for it to affect us. And so it wouldn't be.
We'll be designing our own brains. Yeah. I mean, design itself, if you're not talking about, God's creation, right? We would be limited by analogy to say it's design even. But a human being designing something, like everything we know about what a design is informed by constraints. That's what makes a design possible. Any operations are constraint based.
be immoral. So it's not intrinsically immoral. The definition isn't immoral. It is pragmatically affecting us in this universe, which is immoral because this universe is immoral.
So he's making this distinction. He thinks there's a moral field. And the moral field itself is like gravity, which isn't immoral, but its effects are immoral. So the moral field exists independent of existence, basically. You know, he's basically saying the moral field is God. It's a personless God. It transcends it's not bound by nature and its effects on things. And he's saying if the moral field existed and the world didn't, the moral field itself wouldn't be immoral. But because the world exists, how the morality affects the world is immoral.
Is okay. Well, if the universe itself and its parts are affected by the moral field, which is an imposition on will.
It is not. So like
Okay, it's not.
It is. It was before. Now it's not.
But our brains are.
parts of the universe are affected.
Okay, because it sounds like your definition of what you determine to be moral is a field that impacts on things, right? On certain things and not others.
Yep.
And if your definition of immoral is the involuntary imposition of will, it
Yep.
sounds like morality, the field itself, is a contradiction to itself because it itself is immoral.
No, so the consequences of how the field interacts can be immoral without the field being immoral. So no. The way our universe is immoral. Duh. Like
Duh. Listen to this logic. Ready? Ready for the premise one, the universe is immoral. Ready? Watch this. It's T-jump logic. Ready? You won't believe this. I'm going to clip this, by the way.
the field being immoral. So no. The way our universe is immoral. Duh. Like lots of people die. That's
The universe, premise one, the universe is immoral. Duh. Make sure to include the duh in premise one. The universe is immoral. Duh. Premise two, people die. Atheist, where are you? I mean, you guys are missing out, right? Now I get it. You don't want to infight and you think it's splintering and you're in a weird, precarious situation because of, Christian nationalism, all this, boogeyman stuff. You guys are really missing out on the fodder. You're missing out on being rigorous with your own. You're just letting this guy run with this nonsense. Listen again. Premise one, the universe is immoral. Duh. Premise two, people die.
against my morality. Any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. Dying without your consent is immoral. So there's tons of immoral stuff in this universe that we are constrained by, that we have no control over. And that's all immoral. Now, if the law was maximized, this would not happen. None of those would be the case.
Wouldn't
Maximization would assume some lawfulness. Maximization would assume lawfulness. That's a constraint. You can't even use the term maximize without playing into, in T-Dump's position, what's something immoral, which is the laws that govern reality such that maximization or minimization are even possible to discern. Ultra authoritarian, it is. You'll see where it goes to, Peter Biker, in a second. It really does come down to T-Dump God mode.
maximizing it do an involuntary imposition of will on the world?
No, it would remove all of them.
But so if you imposed a maximization of the voluntary will without
You would get your
people's
own
consent,
universe, and you wouldn't
You
have
get your own
any
universe.
restrictions. So you
Oh,
would
you
literally
just
be
be
able
your
to do
own
whatever you
god,
want.
basically. Yeah.
No, again, so that's wrong because God presumably has control over other agents. And in this universe, no being would ever have any control over any other agent.
If the person has no control over other agents, that's a constraint and it's therefore immoral. I mean, this is another defeater that just occurred to me now. Ready? Premise one. Right in the chat here. Premise one. Imposition of will is immoral. In a world where I can't impose on other people's will. That's immoral. I didn't catch it just this time, but I wish I caught that live because that's a defeater. If the universe is created in such a way where only your will exists, but he's saying, well, no, it's not God. It's not like God because God can affect other people, right? Well, if it's the case that you have a constraint that you can't impose your will on others, then that imposition of will you can't do anything about, therefore it's immoral.
Agent.
Oh, okay. So your ideal world is an agent that's not subject to anything in the world.
Yeah, it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing.
Right. That's an imposition of the will of that person, by the way. Done.
Including being born.
They would already exist, so.
Okay. Okay, well, it sounds like if you define someone's actions as immoral by the very fact that they're imposing on someone's will, would you agree with that? That even if I stop someone from deleting themselves, I'm actually doing an immoral act?
Yeah, so if someone wants to delete themselves, but you stop them, yes, that would be immoral. As long as
And how about this? What if you stop someone from imposing their will on someone else's will? Now, T-Dump would have to bite the bullet and say that cancels out. That would cancel everything out. Now, in the end, this is the only question that really matters.
Certain brains
No.
are affected
In
by the immoral
our universe, with evolution, in this immoral universe,
Immoral universe.
the way the law interacts with the universe, just like every other law, is immoral because we don't have any consent of anything in this universe. But if the law existed on its own, that would not happen.
We don't have consent to anything?
Oh,
So the law,
I see. You're
as it applies with the other laws,
If we don't have consent to anything in this universe, how did you have access to what consent is? Premise one, another complete defeater. Premise one, we have no consent to anything. We have no consent. There's no reference point of what consent is, by the way, because it doesn't exist. Premise two, two consenting agents operating voluntarily is good. Well, what does that look like? You don't even know what it looks like. You can't even refer to it.
laws of physics, as we are trapped in this universe, is a lot of immoral stuff.
Correct.
The
Well, I'm
law
saying
itself
if-
doesn't do any of this.
Okay, so you said the moral field acts on brains, right?
Yes, via the interaction with other laws of physics. So if those other laws of physics didn't exist and we weren't limited by
The moral field acts on brains through other laws of physics. I mean, there's no places this guy won't go.
those, it would not do that.
How would you know that? How would you even know that? The moral field, if it didn't operate through physics, then, it would be different. What?
So what's the distinction between your moral law and the laws of physics then? How do you know the moral
There's
field is
different
independent of
ones.
the laws of physics?
Because there's different laws. They have
How do you know the moral field is independent of the laws of physics? Because
there's like separate ones.
there's
They
laws.
don't all do the
Because
same
there's
thing.
laws.
I asked you, how do you know the moral field is distinct? How did you?
That's
What
a
method
part of
did
the
you use?
hypothesis.
So the answer is you don't know.
What's that?
It's a part of the hypothesis.
So you don't have a method. It's just a hunch, right?
Well, if I had a method, I'd have a Nobel Prize for discovering right now. It's literally a
Well, no, if you had a viable hypothesis, you at least get one step closer. No. He said the universe is immoral. He said it's immoral.
hypothesis. So, like, do you have a method for discovering God? No. So then this is a
I mean, I would push back on that if it was relevant.
moot point that's kind of silly and hypocritical for
Well, no, I mean,
hypocritical for theists to bring up. Like, I don't need a method. This is a hypothesis.
You don't need a method for hypothesis, guys. I just have hypotheses and I don't really need a method. And, it's really hypocritical of you to have a theist position that, in my view, I just admitted is parallel and mirrors mine. And my critique of Christianity has no valid methodology, but I'm going to actually reserve the same place and pretend that I'm in a better position.
well, then I'm asking you from your view without
A field. It's the gravity curvature space-time field. There are other fields like quantum fields. Those are literally just different fields, and morality could be just a different field. So they would be
Do you-
separate things.
I got it. Do you think that there's any fields in your theory that are counter forces to your moral field?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because we can counter some fields or laws, right? We can't like upend them, but we could work against like gravity through another force.
I've never heard of a counter field. I don't know what a counter field would be.
Well, I'm trying to distinguish what's in your view. What's this distinction between a field and the laws of physics as far as motion
They're
and
just different
force and
fields.
things?
They're just
Those are
different fields.
laws of
guys.
physics.
Okay.
The fields are different. There are multiple fields. Gravity is one field,
Gotcha.
and there are other quantum fields that are not
Yeah.
space-time.
Right. I'm
Is
just
that-
saying, like, if gravity as a field translates into physical laws that interact with objects, I'm wondering, does the moral field, from your view, from your theory,
Where
does
do
the
we find
moral
it?
field transpose onto hard reality the same way gravity
Yes,
does?
that's why it affects evolutionary beings. Yes.
It affects evolutionary beings.
Yes, that's why we have the moral progress that we see. Yes.
We have moral progress now. So the universe is immoral, by the way, premise one. But we have moral progress in the universe. The universe, in every conceivable way that it operates, is immoral, but we have moral progress. T-dump.
Now, does evolution go against the moral field or go with it?
Honestly, I think T-dump acquired his namesake and his following. Now, his engagement's very low compared to his following, but I think he just says contradictions. Like, he just says them and says as many as possible, and whether he's aware of it or not. And for some reason, the unthinking atheists that are not rigorous for whatever reason, maybe it's dopamines, maybe they're not going to get dopamines from blasting this guy. Taco's not contributing. Well, it's just like more like a one-on-one setup. Taco's just listening.
Uh,
But it is interesting. Someone like Taco or the other people who do these counter apologist videos, right? That's their focus, which makes sense. And to be fair, I focus more on atheists than other theology channels that might have it wrong. But I'm not opposed to countering them when they make their statements. There's a lot of broken theology out there that's worth examining, in addition to atheism and their positions. But what you don't really find is Breakfast Tacos. Shout out to Breakfast Tacos for clipping this and having me up on the politics stage. Appreciate it. It is interesting, though. I would ask Breakfast Tacos, isn't this clip like perfect? Now, regardless of what you think of my videos and my arguments in the series and everything I believe, you could just listen to T-Jump, what he's saying, and totally ignore what I'm saying in this video, and you would have an epic video. And if Taco, you're interested in getting more people following your channel, if that's what you're interested in, my advice to you, Breakfast Tacos, is to do a critique on T-Jump. You gonna let Oscar on to talk? Is Oscar here? I know he's in a different. I would love to have Oscar on. Are you kidding me? Someone who threatens to shoot me in the head with a bullet? Can't wait.
neither. So evolution is a thing that's occurring, and as evolution happens, the effects of the field can be greater. So like as our intelligence grows and our resources grow, we can be more affected by the moral field to feel more of those moral intuitions.
But in your view, evolution is also immoral because it's the imposition of will on beings.
Yep.
So-
Okay.
Here's the end. I don't even want to hear anymore. I'll skip to the end. I give him a button hypothesis. The end of this entire moral field garbage is this. The imposition of will or the non-imposition of will. Both of them require some sort of ordered system to discern. It's simple. So if there is a hypothetical reality Tom is thinking of that is ultimately moral because it's completely absent of any imposition, then the law of identity itself couldn't exist because that would be an imposition of will. And that's the end of his entire philosophy.